Good morning, everyone. My name is Steve Morissette. I am the MLA for Kootenay-Monashee and the chair of the special committee to review the Lobbyist Transparency Act. I'd like to acknowledge that we're meeting today on the legislative precinct here in Victoria, which is located on the territory of the Lekwungen-speaking peoples, now known as the Songhees and Esquimalt nations. The committee is reviewing the Lobbyist Transparency Act. Today, we will be receiving briefings from the Ministry of the Attorney General and the Office of the Registrar of Lobbyists. And if the committee could maybe introduce themselves, starting over here, Rosalind.
Yeah. Good morning. I'm MLA Rosalind Bird, Prince George Valemount. Nice to see you guys this morning.
Good morning, MLA Kyle Giddens, Prince George Mackenzie. So you've got Prince George well represented here this morning.
And Harwinder.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Harvinder Sandhu, MLA for Vernon Lumbee, also Parliamentary Secretary for Agriculture and Food, and apologies for the technical difficulties not being able to turn on the camera, but good to be here.
Thank you. And we also have Susie Chant, who's just running a little bit late. I'm pleased to welcome our first guests. Joining us today are Paul Craven, Assistant Deputy Minister, Justice Services Branch, Anita Nadjesko, Director, Justice Policy, Justice Services Branch, Dotan Amit, Senior Policy Analyst, Justice Services Branch, and Taryn McKenzie, Senior Policy Analyst, Justice Services Branch. We have 30 minutes for the presentation, followed by 45 minutes for questions from members. And just before I turn it over, I'll ask Susie to introduce herself.
My superpower is getting up at 6 and being late by 10. My name is Susie Chant. I'm the MLA from North Vancouver Seymour, and glad you're here. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now turn it over for your presentation.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to present to the committee this morning. We did provide a deck, just want to make sure that members have it, okay? So I'll walk you through that deck. My team has already been introduced, but they're here to help with questions when we get to that point. And so we'll just walk our way through. So if you're on slide 2, just to state our sort of purpose today, really is to provide an overview of the Lobbyist Transparency Act. Probably refer to it as the LTA in the course of the submissions. That's our short form for it. Cover its background, scope, objectives, and key statutory functions, as well as past legislative changes. I think that's what the committee wanted us to focus on in these submissions. We won't delve into specific issues with respect to the Act or include recommendations for future changes. As we understand, that'll be a different part of the committee's deliberations. So slide 3, just a little bit about the background. As the chair has indicated, it's our legislation that regulates lobbying activities in British Columbia. First introduced in 2001 as the Lobbyist Registration Act. It stemmed from a government commitment to open, accessible, and accountable governance. And the primary objective is really to ensure transparency. You'll hear me speak of that term quite frequently in our submissions regarding who is attempting to influence government decisions and for what purpose. So functionally, the Act mandates public disclosure of lobbying efforts through an online registry, which identifies the organization or client being represented by the lobbyists, the individuals who are lobbied, the lobbyists involved, and their objectives. What are they trying to accomplish, among other information in the registry. The online registry allows public access for scrutiny for anyone who is interested. That can include the media, researchers, watchdog groups, interested members of the general public, to understand who is engaging in influencing activities and with whom. The Ministry of the Attorney General, and specifically the Justice Services Branch, which I'm head, are responsible for maintaining the LTA and its associated regulations. So when there are legislative amendments proposed by government and policy analysis, that comes from this group here. The administration of the Act itself is with the Register of Lobbyists, who you'll be hearing from later, an independent officer of the Legislature. The Register's duties include maintaining the registry, investigating non-compliance, enforcing the Act, and crucially educating lobbyists and the public about the requirements of the Act. The Act stipulates that the Register of Lobbyists is the same individual holding office or acting as the Information and Privacy Commissioner under the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. We won't delve deeply into the registrar's role, as he'll speak to that topic himself. So if you're following, I'm now on slide 4. I want to talk a little bit about the key principles and objectives of the Act. So there's some underlying principles and policy objectives that are important to sort of understand. First, the Act's fundamental premise is that lobbying is a legitimate and important aspect of democratic decision-making. We know that the word lobbying often carries some negative connotations. In reality, it is a valuable role in informing public policy. I can't imagine that I'm admitting this on the record, but government officials don't always have a comprehensive knowledge of every policy issue and cannot realistically know what all perspectives are in advance. So that's an important aspect of lobbying, so that we can understand perspectives that we wouldn't ordinarily be approached about. Lobbyists contribute valuable perspectives, insights, evidence, and articulate the needs and viewpoints of who they represent. So that's the first principle. The second principle, and noting there's an inherent tension in lobbying. While there's no question that it should be regarded as a legitimate and valuable activity, that it should be regarded unequal access to government attention can lead to undue influence, potentially skewing decisions in ways that don't serve the broader public interest. This can undermine effective policymaking and erode public trust. So this tension creates a challenge for policymakers. How do you design a regulatory framework that facilitates legitimate engagement with government officials while mitigating the risk of disproportionate influence by special interests? That brings you to the third principle, which is ensuring transparency in the lobbying process. That's a way that these risks can be mitigated. Transparency informs the public about the inputs into government decision-making, enabling groups with differing perspectives to mobilize and offer counter-arguments. Ultimately, this strengthens public discourse and confidence in government decisions. That brings us to a fourth sort of component here. The Act's registration and reporting requirements impose administrative demands on organizations. If this burden is seen to be excessive, it can discourage legitimate engagement with decision makers. This may disproportionately affect organizations with fewer resources, for example, such as small businesses and nonprofits. The Act strives to balance this transparency with minimizing undue administrative obstacles by focusing disclosure requirements on the most valuable information for public understanding and providing targeted exemptions. Finally, the Act avoids regulating with the specific conduct and methods of lobbyists employed in their work. While certain situations involving heightened risk of conflicts of interest or undue influence warrant specific restrictions, the Act's primary focus here is on transparency rather than dictating how lobbying must be performed. And part of that also is the techniques that lobbyists may use in order to be effective will vary with time, right? So the way you would have done it 10 or 15 years ago is a lot different than you may do it today. And for government to keep up with, and the legislation to keep up with those changes and approaches would be a difficult task as well. So that brings me to slide 5. And we thought it would be important to go over some specific definitions in the Act that are central to understanding the Act. So the slide lists some key defined terms, and I'll start with public office holder. So the definition encompasses those who can be lobbied under the Act. Public office holders are individuals who the lobbyists seek to influence. So they include members of the Legislature and Assembly and their staff, yourselves, officers or employees of the government of British Columbia, Order and Council appointees and individuals appointed on the recommendation of the Legislative Assembly, individuals appointed to any office or body with the approval of a minister, officers, directors, and employees of government corporations as defined under the Financial Administration Act. So that gives you a sense of who can be lobbied and how the Act covers that. An important definition, of course, here, the term lobby means communicating with the public office holder in an attempt to influence specific categories of government decision-making outlined in the Act. The list of those Act categories is extensive in the Act. It includes decisions related to things like legislative proposals, development of programs, policies, directives, guidelines, awarding of contracts outside of established procurement processes, and arranging meetings with public office holders to discuss these matters. The definition is by design flexible and applies to any form, emphasize that, any form of direct communication. That can be traditional methods like phone calls, in-person meetings, as well as novel methods. Increasingly, we're seeing this in social media communications targeted directly at public office holders. So we're increasingly seeing that in the lobbying space. Pause now to talk a little bit about the lobbyist, the definition of a lobbyist. Again, it's any individual who is paid to lobby on behalf of an organization or a client. This can be an in-house lobbyist, internal to an organization, like an employee, or a consultant lobbyist who lobbies on behalf of a client. It is crucial to note that a lobbyist is an individual who receives compensation by an organization or client they represent. Volunteers who receive no compensation are not considered lobbyists under the Act and don't need to register. A more technical term that's important to understand is the term designated filer. So that's an individual who is responsible for submitting information about lobbying activities. And in a case where it's an external consultant contracted by the organization to lobby for them, they are the designated filer. But for organizations conducting their own lobbying, the designated filer is the most senior in-house lobbyist or the most senior officer, like a chief executive officer. Last definition we want to make sure you're aware of, provincial entity refers to public sector entities outside of core government, because the Act applies to such provincial entities. So we're talking about here Crown corporations, health authorities, which are prescribed for the purposes of the Act. So employees, officers, and directors of these provincial entities are considered public office holders, so efforts to lobby them are subject to the Act's registration requirements as well. So that brings us to slide 6, registration and reporting requirements. So the next few slides detail the Act's regulatory requirements and key operational mechanisms. So the LTA's actual requirements fall on those designated filers and lobbyists that we just defined. Slide 6 focuses on the Act's framework for promoting transparency, which is central to its objectives. Section 3 of the Act provides that when someone lobbies a public office holder, the designated filer must file a registration return in the lobbyist's registry within 10 days of starting to lobby. That's how a lobbyist becomes registered under the Act. The form and content of the registration are detailed in Section 4 of the Act. Again, the full list is extensive. By way of summary, the registration return includes details such as who the lobbyist is, which is the client or organization they represent, the public office holders that are lobbied or anticipated to be lobbied, a summary of the client or organization's business activities, which other individuals or entities have an interest in the lobbying outcome, and disclosure of whether the lobbyist is a former public office holder. We'll go into a little bit of detail about why that's important later on. In addition to the initial registration requirement, Section 4.1 of the Act requires designated filers to submit monthly reports with additional details when either a cabinet minister, a member of the Legislative Assembly, a parliamentary secretary, a deputy minister, or an assistant deputy minister is lobbied. So lobbying myself, for example. These monthly reports are due on the 15th day of the following month, covering lobbying activities from the preceding month. So to illustrate, the required content is outlined in Section 4.2 and includes such information like the specific senior officer holders who were lobbied, the individuals who conducted the lobbying, the dates when that lobbying took place, and a description of the subject matter of the lobbying communication. That brings us to slide 7. Again, the focus on core principle of the Act is generally to avoid regulating the methods or approaches lobbyists use in their work, or how organizations interact with public office holders. That is left to them. The primary focus, again, is on transparency and ensuring that transparency is adequate, facilitating public awareness of who is attempting to influence government decisions. That said, the Act does address 3 specific situations where a heightened risk of conflict of interest or undue influence necessitates certain restrictions on lobbyists. And that's outlined in Part 1.1 of the Act. First, the Act prohibits simultaneously holding a contract to provide paid advice to the provincial government or a provincial entity on a particular matter while lobbying on the same matter. That seems logical. You can't be giving advice to government at the same time as lobbying for a particular outcome on behalf of a client. So essentially, if an individual organization has a contract to advise the government on an issue, they cannot start lobbying on that same issue, or vice versa. So this prohibition aims to safeguard the integrity and quality of contracted advisory services to government. The second area is individuals who transition away from being a public office holder and are subject to a 2-year prohibition on lobbying in relation to that matter. So when we're talking about a former office holder, we're talking about any individual who has ceased to be a member of cabinet, employed in the office of a current or former cabinet minister, a parliamentary secretary, a deputy minister, an assistant deputy minister, the most senior executive of a provincial entity, chief executive officer, or the chair or vice chair of a governing body of a provincial entity. So, when I'm no longer assistant deputy minister, there's a 2-year prohibition for me engaging in lobbying activities. Because if Anita becomes the assistant deputy minister, we'll have had a relationship, and that's seen as, in that short period of time, something that should be avoided. If the restriction addresses so-called a revolving door phenomenon, where individuals move between public service and the private sector. And so the rationale, of course, is we may have insider knowledge and might have developed that trusted professional and personal relationships, even loyalties with former colleagues. So allowing them to immediately leverage these relationships for lobbying purposes could grant them an inappropriate degree of influence on the decisions of their former colleagues. The Act does acknowledge the potential value of input from former public office holders who have experience and perspectives that can enrich that dialogue between public and private sectors. So that 2-year period attempts to strike that balance, allowing sufficient time for those close relationships and insider knowledge to diminish before lobbying activities commence, while avoiding an overly strict approach, which could exclude potentially valuable contributions. It's important to note here the Register of Lobbyists also has discretion to exempt a former public office holder from this prohibition if they're satisfied that doing so would be in the public interest, in which case they must publicly disclose the terms and conditions of that exemption and the reasons for granting it. Just create some flexibility in the Act, and by allowing the Register of Lobbyists to determine that, you have an independent individual overseeing those exemptions. And finally, the Act prohibits lobbyists from directly or indirectly giving any gift to a public office holder while they are lobbying. So there's a limited exception for gifts of nominal value. That's specifically for gifts or benefit must be given under protocols or social obligations that typically accompany the duties and responsibilities of a public office holder. And the value must be under the amount that is prescribed by regulation. That is currently $100 over the preceding 12-month period. A practical example of an exception that might be if you were attending as an MLA, you're invited to speak to an annual event of an organization and they serve refreshments. That's allowed. That's not problematic. So, with that, I think I'm on slide 8. Individuals not subject to the Act. So the next 2 slides talk about exemptions under the Act, and you'll find that in section 2 of the legislation. As I mentioned, the Act applies to paid lobbying. Someone who doesn't receive any compensation is not captured by the Act. So the Act doesn't apply to public officials acting in their official capacity, such as legislatures of other provinces or Canada, employees of other governments in Canada, or members of a municipal council or municipal staff. The Act also doesn't apply to diplomatic or consular agents and official representatives of foreign governments, or officials of the United Nations or international organizations with privileges and immunities under federal law. The full list of exemptions is under section 2(1) of the Act, if you're interested. Finally, the Act doesn't apply when a private citizen or someone there on their behalf communicates with an MLA on a personal matter. So your communications in your constituency offices are not considered lobbying for that purpose, which again, I think is obvious. Continuing on in slide 9, the Act also doesn't apply to some very specific situations. First, it doesn't apply to public submissions made as part of a formal government hearing or consultations. And these are increasingly used as a way for government to get response to policy proposals or ideas related to that. So we'll invite public submissions, whether they're hearings or consultations. So that makes sense. Second, it also applies to non-public submissions if made in direct response by a public office holder. So in my role as Assistant Deputy Minister, for example, there may be groups that we are dealing with on a regular basis where we know they have knowledge about particular things, and we might ask them specifically for their views on a particular item or policy. Generally, and we usually are fairly broad in those invitations. Third, communications about the enforcement, interpretation, or application of by a public office holder of laws, programs, policy, directives, guidelines to the lobbyist clients or organization are exempt. So government giving advice, information about those matters isn't considered lobbying. Again, I think the reason for that is obvious and practical. Finally, the Act grants government the authority to create regulations that exempt specified classes of persons engaged in specified activities in certain circumstances. That's set by regulation, and there are a number of entities that are exempt through that process. Not a lot, but those regulations can be provided to committee if you're interested. So now that we've covered individuals who are not subject to the Act and activities that are not subject to the Act, and we can talk a little bit on slide 10 about education, enforcement, and sanctions. The Register of Lobbyists, the independent officer of the Legislature, is responsible for administering the Act, as we indicated. Primarily fulfills the role by providing education and information about the Act and directly supporting lobbyists and filers with inquiries. The registrar will be able to go through that. There's a fairly extensive guidance on the registry's website that are tailored to different users, and the Office of the Registrar maintains an email inbox for questions for those who come under the Act. Generally, in our conversations with the registrar, they indicate a very strong willingness amongst lobbyists and designated filers to comply with the Act. Generally positive attitude underscores the importance of providing adequate information and education. In cases of non-compliance, the registrar does have authority to impose administrative penalties after they've done an investigation. Those monetary fines are up to $25,000. Additionally, the registrar can impose prohibitions, temporarily preventing an individual who has contravened the Act from lobbying or being registered as a lobbyist for up to 2 years. If the registrar determines non-compliance has occurred, they are required to submit their investigation report to the Speaker of the Legislative Assembly, and the report is provided to the Assembly. This ensures public transparency regarding the unlawful lobbying activity. There are offenses under the Act, including contravention of the contracting prohibition, the temporary lobbying prohibition for public office holders, and the gift-giving prohibition. For failure to file a registration return or a monthly lobbying report, and failure to provide all the required information, failure to provide timely clarifying information when directed by the registrar are offenses under the Act. As we get into slide 11, 12, and 13, and 14, it's really just a summary of some of the legislative history and amendments. We'll talk about those. In 2017, there were 2 amendments. First, that's where we introduced that 2-year temporary lobbying prohibition for public office holders. And the second amendment dealt with the requirement to identify staff of ministers or MLAs in a registration return. They were trying to address a loophole at that point where influence could be applied indirectly to a minister or a member through their staff without needing to report it. So that closed that loophole. Slide 12 deals with some of the amendments in 2018, which were fairly extensive and took effect in 2020. Some of the impactful changes: name change from the Lobbyist Registration Act to the Lobbyist Transparency Act, reflecting the broader scope and registration requirements. Second, the amendments strengthened registration reporting duties. This was the major change, introducing those monthly reporting requirements we talked about, mandating designated filers to report lobbying activities from the previous month. This provides real-time insight into lobbying efforts. This feature is unique among Canadian jurisdictions. The federal government is the only other Canadian jurisdiction with this requirement. The amendments also eliminated a 100-hour threshold that was previously triggered registration requirements. So previously, you could do a considerable amount of lobbying under that 100-hour threshold without it going reporting. The policy concern related to that was it sometimes doesn't take a long time to be effective. particularly if you're a good lobbyist. So a lot of effective lobbying could have been done under that threshold and then wouldn't have been transparent. So that had a result of decreasing transparency with that exception. There was also a limited exception introduced for small organization with fewer than 6 employees. Getting back to the earlier sort of principles we talked about burden. Where total lobbying by individuals amount to less than 50 hours annually and whose primary purpose is not lobbying, that isn't there to issue advocacy or had that limited exception. So those amendments brought in 2020. There are also amendments related to reporting obligations. First, registration requirements for both classes of lobbyists, in-house and consultant lobbyists, were harmonized. So both must be registered within 10 days of lobbying. Previously, organizations only had to register in-house lobbyists after 100 days of the cumulative lobbying. So again, making those things similar. And then there were amendments relating to lobbyist conduct and sanctions, the prohibition of gift giving, for example. And also the amendment that created the review that you're now conducting. That was introduced in those amendments. Slide 13, several of those amendments focused on transparency. A requirement added for consultant lobbyists to disclose if they are working on a contingency fee basis relating to payment, remembering that they were only required to do that if they were paid. So that closed a loophole with respect to that. And also changes made to disclose who the beneficiary of lobbying was under these amendments. Registers, returns, there's a whole list of things that required detail there that was added. And finally, on slide 14, the most recent amendments occurred in 2024 and just took effect in May of 27th of this year. This was responding to some of the concerns raised by nonprofit organizations about the administrative burden, which was viewed as hindering their engagement with government officials. Key changes: requirement to disclose information about funding requests, need to emphasize that. Government agencies, reducing reporting frequency for funding received. So you don't have to report funding requests, but when you receive funding, you do need to do that. But instead of doing it monthly, you can do it on a quarterly basis. So generally, those are the focuses on that. There was one other element that focused on clarifying the relationship of what a coalition is, and the amendment clarified by replacing the word coalition with the description of that activity, which is basically organizations lobbying with other organizations for the purpose of influence. So I'm at 0, and I'm complete with my remarks. Thank you very much for your patience and questions.
Thank you very much for your fulsome presentation. And yeah, now we'll move to questions from members.
So I only have 11 questions, but that's okay. Actually, one of the ones I'm trying to wrap my brain around is, so we get a lot of nonprofits coming and talking to us, and quite often they're trying very hard to get their grants renewed or extended or various other things like that. And you said that volunteers are not an issue, but sometimes it's paid staff who that's not their primary purpose. Their primary purpose is to run the organization. However, it is a component of their job, and I'm wondering if they fit in under the limited exemption or exception that you were talking about just at the end here. So if the majority of their work is done managing the nonprofit, but some of their work is coming out to various MLAs to talk about whatever it is that they do and hoping that they can get their grants extended. Thank you.
What I'll do to give my voice a rest and opportunity for my team to, you hear from them, I'll ask the team to respond.
So the exemptions in the Act are limited to small organizations with under 6 employees and lobbying less than 50 hours over a 12-month period. So if an organization requesting a grant, lobbying for a grant, is not captured in that exemption, that means that even though their primary focus is elsewhere, like delivering services as an example, they would still need to report that activity as lobbying because of the transparency requirement of the Act. So it doesn't really take away from the ability to ask for the grant. It just requires that be made public for transparency reasons. Thank you.
MLA Sandhu has a question.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Chair, and thank you for the great informative presentation. I have a question about some organizations have lobby coordinators, and then when they lobby, they do it together. So does the Act, I try to read as well in the past, I wonder if you can specify, so would all lobby coordinators within the organization or union need to be registered, or is there a one designation within the organization or union or corporation that must be registered? The coordinating and lobbying are two different things, but I'm seeking some clarity on those two roles. Thank you.
Do you want to speak to that?
I can try.
Yeah, okay.
So if thank you for the question. I think if I understood the question, I think the answer to it would be that any employee within an organization who lobbies under the Act's definition, meaning they communicate with the public office holder to try to influence certain decisions. If we're talking about an organization, they would fall under the definition of in-house lobbyist, and the registration return for that organization would need to identify them as such.
Okay.
So I hope I answered your question if I've understood it, but
Yeah, the quick follow-up, I'll just share, for example, BC Nurses Union, they don't have employed role. It's a volunteer elected position. They have 16 lobby coordinators from all 16 regions, healthcare regions in the province. And when they lobby about the issues or certain things that they like to see change in healthcare. So every region, for example, ours is North Okanagan region, will have one lobby coordinator, and they're not paid positions. They're just elected by the members, certain roles. So I'm seeking more clarity on that. What would those 16 lobby coordinators supposed to do? Do they register, or is it up to the union or organization? What happens in that case? Thank you.
I think we could probably defer that also to the registrar. Right?
yeah.
I think that question might be best answered by the registrar in terms of the practical application and how they would interpret those situations.
Thank you.
MLA Giddens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and appreciate the presentation. Thank you very much for the well use of the 30 minutes that you had allotted for the presentation there, and appreciate your starting remarks noting that lobbying is in fact legitimate, and I would agree that there is a public policy need for elected officials and the public service to receive information from nonprofit groups, NGOs, businesses, all types of entities that are trying to have engagement with government policy and legislation affects different organizations across the province, and we need the best available information. So, but the key to that is obviously the making it unbalanced, or preventing any unbalance and undue influence. So keeping that I agree with the transition to when it was revised as the Lobbyist Transparency Act. It was a good change. But I guess one of the, and I think maybe following up on the previous MLA's questions, I do know that there still remains to be a lot of confusion about the act. I know there's a real role for the registrar in education, and that's an important one. So we'll have some follow-up questions for the registrar on that regard, but I think the previous questions were good ones. I think a lot of organizations still have a hard time interpreting the act and exactly what should count and what's not. I guess my specific question, some of the recent changes, it's good to review those in this format here. So one of those that has created a sort of new, I think, stress on the part of some smaller organizations in particular, the monthly reporting requirement. Could you explain why, the rationale behind that monthly requirement as opposed to how it was previously? Obviously, there is already in place that you have to, register within 10 days of starting lobbying. So why go monthly after that? What was the point of that kind of frequency?
I think that really relates to the sort of ongoing nature of lobbying. And so the essence is to see the lobbying as it happens in real time, as opposed to a fairly lengthy period of time in which you're reporting, so that individuals who have access to the registry, which is the entire public, if, for example, that period of time is very long, let's even go a year, then the effectiveness of the activity may already have resulted in the particular request being fulfilled or addressed. And so if you're seeing that in real time, others who may be interested in that issue and wish to provide another perspective can also be part of that dialogue. So that's part of the rationale. So the month was the sort of determined where it came down in the act when it was introduced. But there's certainly debate about what the appropriate timing is. And we saw that in some of the recent changes with respect to the funding question, right? So that was done on a monthly basis and now moved to a quarterly basis because it was felt that that was a sufficient time period for that type of activity where it was related to getting funding as opposed to policy change.
And maybe just to follow up on that, I think it's something to maybe examine further as we entertain feedback from the public and interest holders in this, just how that's working, but appreciate that context for sure. The same thing around the limited exception. Obviously, an organization under 6 employees isn't very large. It's actually, that's extremely limited, I would say, that it's as it's prescribed here. So something also to be asking about. Again, how was that threshold of under 6 employees kind of determined, I guess, at the time?
Do we have any background?
We don't have specific background, but I'm sure there would have been jurisdictions. Will there be some consultation done?
Yeah, just we don't have our fingertips have the sort of some of the rationale, but just standard, we would have looked at what other jurisdictions do and approaches, and then try and find, again, a reasonable sort of line. Wherever you're going to draw a line, you're going to get arguments one way or the other. So that's partly the purposes of the 5-year review, to see whether those lines drawn are sort of appropriate for what everyone is seeing. I do want to make sure, and this again is a good question for your dialogue with the registrar about what are the practical implications and what is required in order to register and the process of adding this information. Because I think in some of the conversations that I've been involved in, particularly when you're bringing in new obligations, people get very concerned about the burden related to that without sort of walking through what actually is required. And so again, trying to find that balance, but in order to understand that balance, we're gonna have to appreciate what is actually technically required and in what detail. And certainly there is an appreciation for that affects different organizations differently, particularly when they're smaller, nonprofit, and don't have those resources. But I think that's good dialogue with the registrar about what is actually required, what the guidance says, and how they facilitate that.
Thank you. And I have MLA Bird next.
Thank you. I just wanted to ask or clarify, you guys have a cooling off period for former public office holders. Is there something similar, or is there an expectation for former lobbyists? So if somebody is a registered lobbyist and they choose not to re-register, but may or may not be very active in their communications with certain groups or individuals, like is there a regulation around that?
To my knowledge, no.
And lobbies to become office holder?
Oh, you mean for them to become a public office holder or just to lobby again?
Yeah, so basically, if you are a registered lobbyist and you choose not to re-register, but you are still particularly communicative in your views and your interests, I'm just,
Well, if
So
if your activity is, if you're still lobbying and you're not registered, then you're in contravention of the act. If you cease lobbying and you're not doing anything that fits under the definition of lobbying under the act, and then wait 30 days, 6 months, whatever, and then resume that activity, then you would have to re-register.
okay, so there's no 2 years. If you are registered and you deregister, you don't have a waiting period where you can, where you have to, okay.
No, I don't think so.
MLA Chant.
Your time with us is precious, so I'll get straight to the question. The reports that you talk about that are available, I had a chance to peruse the website a little bit, and it looked more like it was aggregate data versus individual data. So, you know, X amount of lobbying was to MLAs, and X amount of lobbying was to ministers, et cetera. Now, I will say I didn't dive, but is there a way to say, you know, MLA Chant had 15 lobbyists last year, and they were all talking to her about health, or something of that nature.
Can you determine that from
The publicly available reports? Can the public look back and say, oh, my MLA got visited by these people lobbying on behalf of whatever topics they were lobbying on behalf of?
I think it'll be, A, would depend on how it was reported, and B, it'll depend on how the registry can be accessed by the public. Might be good questions for the registrar.
Yes, thank you.
Anything else?
I'll take the registrar. Oh,
It's searchable probably by MLA.
We anticipate, I don't know, but Anita says that it's probably searchable by name. So,
thank you so much.
Further questions?
Thank you. And you did mention a jurisdictional scan is something that's periodically done. Is that something that the ministry has recently done, and is this something that could be shared with the committee?
so when we did the last stage of amendments, we would have done some jurisdictional scans related to some particular issues. Any sort of fulsome scan would have probably related back to 2018 and probably dated. If the committee, we could look at what we had and what could be created or without too much effort to provide the committee if that was of interest or on particular issues.
MLA Chant?
On slide 9, Act provides regulation making authority to provide specific exemptions. Are you able to just give me an example of a specific exemption?
Yeah, Anita, do you want to cover a couple of them?
There was a regulation made probably a couple of years ago to exempt 3 entities: Consumer Protection BC, Vehicle Sales Authority, and what was the third one? Technical Safety BC. So the three organizations were determined to be essentially agents of the government. They were created for the sole purposes to be regulators under provincial legislation, independent regulators under provincial legislation. They were established under a legislation, like the authority they did not exist beyond how they were established under provincial law. So for that reason, we have exempted them by regulation. We have consulted with the registrar for lobbies to make sure that he was at the time in agreement and those regulations are in place. So that means basically that Consumer Protection BC is able to advise government on policy and legislation, basically what would benefit British Columbians in terms of changes in those areas.
Thank you.
Just to be really practical about that, because Consumer Protection BC, for example, is now part of the Ministry of the Attorney General. So when we have discussions with them about policy suggestions or things that they are seeing as responsible for them, they're not. That wouldn't be something that they would have to put in the registry.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Always.
Emily Chen?
I've got two more, but if we've got time, please. So first one is if somebody has contravened, okay, let's back the bus up. Is there a report that shows us numbers of contraventions over a year? And if you were to think about that report, is it above or below 10? Is that a registrar question?
So there's two parts to that. The registrar does an annual report on activities, so that would be a good place to look. But I think and when we talked about it earlier, if there is an investigation of a particular lobbyist and then there's sanction, there's a requirement to report through the speaker.
Okay. And I don't remember any of such, so there we are. May I, last question? May I?
Yes, I don't see any others.
Oh, have you got a?
No, go ahead.
Okay, so just following up on my colleague's question, do lobbyists have to re-register on some kind of regular basis? Like I, as a nurse, re-register every year, but I'm assuming that a lobbyist, once they're registered, stays registered until they deregister themselves. Am I correct in that? Back to the register.
Yeah, so once they register, they're required to keep their registration return up to date every month. But if they have no lobbying activity reports, then they just don't report. And if they haven't reported anything for a period of 6 months, the registry will reach out and say, are you still active? And then they'll need to report. And then I think after a period of 12 months of no activity reports, they're automatically deregistered.
Very good. Thank you.
Emily Bird?
Thank you. I just wanted to reiterate what everybody else said. Thank you so much for coming out today. I'm not sure, this is kind of a weird question, and I don't know if it's yourself or the registrar or whether you... it's around unions and questions that they ask their members during election periods. And whether it is considered to be, certain questions are considered to be influencing or not influencing voting choices. And whether or not, because a union is a registered lobbyist, who sort of would oversee or be responsible to determine whether certain questions and or activities being conducted by a union would be considered to be influencing election activities.
So are you talking during the conduct of an election or a pre-election period?
Yes, both. to
Okay.
be more specific.
So I think that's probably in the auspices of the Election Act as opposed to the Lobbyist Transparency Act. I mean, if you're conducting lobbying activity, that would, the LTA would continue to apply, and so you'd have to report. But if you're talking about something that might be a contravention of the Election Act, then that would follow that authority.
So lobbying is influencing the public.
Go ahead.
So not every communication by a lobbyist is lobbying, but if the communication is targeted at a public office holder, that means it's lobbying. If union is communicating with its own members, that's currently not lobbying. The communication has to be for the purposes of influencing a public office holder.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
MLA Giddens?
Thank you. Maybe just so I can understand the act correctly, there's obviously the register has required when meetings are being set up to lobby, those are also have to be filed. Why is it that for a meeting, we're kind of setting it up so it's technically filed twice? You're setting up the meeting and you've got it and then you do it again. Like a lot of groups have said that's duplication because the actual act of lobbying is actually in the meeting, not in the, it could be an administrative position that ends up having to set up the meeting and then they, are confused why they have to be registered and all that as well. So it's something that has come up quite a bit from various organizations. Just wondering in the act where this prescription has been, I guess, interpreted by the registrar, I guess.
Just general transparency.
Yeah, I guess it just goes back to the first principle of transparency. Again, as to the practical implication of that and how that is interpreted and how that looks, those are good questions for the registrar, I think. In terms of, because the registrar sees all of this coming in real time, right? So he'll be able to, and his staff will be able to talk about what they see and where there's value added and where there may not be value added, which is a good question. But I think from the legislation itself has made those requirements, but doesn't get into that operational element. But that's a good question for the registrar.
And MLA Chant?
Just want to say thank you so very much for your presentation, which was really comprehensive, and I appreciate that, and your patience with our questions. It's truly appreciated, and I truly appreciate the work that you do in having some oversight of this work. So thank you.
Yeah, our pleasure to be here, and we may be before you again.
And we have, looks like we have one more question from MLA
sorry.
Sandhu.
Just a comment. I just want to say thank you so much for wholesome presentation. And during one of the committee meetings, we heard from presenters and some members. I was very impressed that BC has one of the best lobbyist act. And I just want to say thank you for doing your part to ensure the transparency and keeping things in check. So really appreciate everything you do in this discussion to make it sure that how we continue to do this work on behalf of people of this province.
Thank you very much for your great presentation and answering the questions, and appreciate your time here and the work you do. Thank you. And now we'll take our recess until 11:30. Okay. We're pleased to welcome our next guests. Joining us today are Michael Harvey, Information and Privacy Commissioner and Register of Lobbyists, Morag Ross, Director, and Nick Rollins, Policy Analysis. Thank you for coming. Appreciate you being here today. We have 30 minutes for the presentation, followed by 45 minutes for questions from members. I'll now turn it over to you for your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning. Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. I would like to begin by respectfully acknowledging the land on which we're meeting today on the traditional territories of the Lekwungen people of the Songhees and Esquimalt First Nations. I'm grateful to live and work with people from across many traditional and unceded territories covering all regions of British Columbia. So, as you introduce them, Chair, with me today are Policy Analyst Nick Rollins and Director of the Registry, Morag Ross. And I want to begin by thanking you for inviting me and my team here today as part of the first statutory review of the Lobbyist Transparency Act, or as I'll refer to it henceforth, the LTA. So as requested, I'll focus my remarks this morning on my office's role in the administration of the Lobbyist Registry in conducting public education to promote awareness for the LTA and overseeing and enforcing the legislation. And for context, I will start by sharing why this Act and the role of lobbyists is so important and why the work before you is vital for a thriving democracy. The overarching goal of the rules set out in the LTA is to ensure that there is transparency in who is paid to communicate with you and other public office holders in an attempt to influence your decisions. At the heart of it, transparency in lobbying serves to preserve public trust in government decision-making. That mechanism is in itself right in the name of the Act, the Lobbyist Transparency Act. Now, as a society, we want individuals, businesses, nonprofits, researchers, member-based organizations, and others to be engaged with those who make decisions that impact us as a society, because it provides government decision makers with access to current information from those working across the province. Information that comes to decision makers for the province through lobbying can provide important insights. For example, it can connect government with the expertise for developing and implementing sound public policy. I've spoken about this issue in detail many times over the last couple of months as I've traveled to different areas of British Columbia as part of my offices, and here both offices, the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner and the Office of the Register of Lobbyists, but I've done a listening tour to hear from people in British Columbia about what those offices' priorities should be over the next 3 years as we work to develop strategic plans. And if you've been a fly on the wall of those sessions, you would have heard me talk about the importance of accountability, transparency, and trust at length. The role of transparency is vitally important to a healthy democratic society, especially given the increasing polarization that we see in our own environment and also internationally. There's mistrust in elites and those in positions of power, and that can lead to mistrust of public institutions. And the latter, I believe, poses an existential threat to democracy. But the remedy for mistrust is transparency. And the reason why is that in a democracy, trust, the trust that we ask our citizens to have, is not something that is given just as an article of faith by default. There's a quote from a Globe and Mail article that came out after the BC provincial election last fall when discussing the role of Elections BC and the Chief Electoral Officer. And that quote is that the editorial ended by saying, "Transparency is the light that allows trust to grow." And so this resonates with me deeply and is particularly relevant, I think, in the discussion of lobbying and what the role of the LTA is and the role of the lobbyist registry. So as I said, trust in public institutions must be earned. And for that to be possible, people must be able to see what those institutions and public office holders do and the reasons for their actions. Lobbying oversight is a critical piece of this puzzle. The transparency afforded by the rules of the LTA allow the public to see which actors, be they businesses, trade or industry association, not-profit organizations, and others, are paid to communicate with our public office holders in order to impact the direction of public policy. So the vehicle for transparency in lobbying is the lobbyist registry. On a positive note, our legislation here in BC has transparency requirements that other jurisdictions look to when considering how to enhance transparency, whether in Canada or elsewhere around the world. I'm also aware that discussions at the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, it's an international organization, are looking in this area to increase transparency in lobbying, and so they're looking across integrity regimes. And we're a part of those discussions, and organizations that are a part of those discussions will look to British Columbia as a leader in this area. So now that I've given my existential take on the importance of trust and transparency and how it relates to lobbying, I'll take a step back and focus on what you asked me to brief you about today, which is the role of my office and BC's lobbying legislation. So my office has 3 mandates under the LTA. So we maintain a registry to hold registration return records and other information that lobbyists submit to the registrar. We educate and inform the public to promote awareness and understanding of the lobbying rules in BC. And where necessary, we investigate whether lobbying rules have been complied with and can levy administrative penalties in cases where non-compliance is found. I'll talk about these in turn. So first, the registry. When we talk about the transparency requirements in the LTA, what we are really talking about the lobbyist registry, which is where lobbyists are required to declare details of their lobbying activities, including who and what they aim to influence. The lobbyist registry is online and public-facing. It's free to access, fully searchable, available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And if you have lobbied or have been lobbied, you are likely to be named in it, or at least you should be. The LTA sets out the rules and specifics for what information lobbyists are required to submit to the lobbyist registry. The registry also has the ability to produce reports and pull statistics that can help any user from the public to identify lobbying trends over time. Our office routinely updates the registry based on user feedback to improve its functionality and to make it easier for lobbyists to submit the required information. Registry staff are also on hand to help, with registry officers often the first point of contact for anyone who has questions regarding the lobbyist registry or the LTA. They provide information and guidance to support compliance, review registrations submitted to the registry to identify potential instances of non-compliance, and they have delegated authority to make decisions regarding the verification of information provided in registration information. This means that they can accept or refuse a registration that does not comply with the LTA. Registry staff also take on a proactive role by scanning the registry for inaccurate information and monitoring the media, websites, and press releases to identify potential instances of unregistered lobbying. And when necessary, registry staff contact lobbyists to verify information in the registry and inquire about whether registration is required. So second, education. I mentioned education as part of our mandate, and I'd like to emphasize that first and foremost, our office leads with education to support lobbyists and the public in understanding how lobbying rules work. We strongly believe compliance is best achieved through a robust education strategy. We have a wealth of up-to-date resources available, including guidance documents, an extensive FAQ section on our website, infographics, and webinars to give targeted assistance about the LTA's requirements and the process of submitting information to the registry. Some guidance documents focus on the process of registering, with images that new registrants can follow, a step-by-step walkthrough, if you will, to help anyone that needs extra assistance when submitting information to the registry. Other guidance documents address substantive issues that people may have questions about, such as what kind of gifts qualify as an exception to the prohibition on gift giving, or what lobbyists need to know when a provincial election is called. Infographics also assist in delivering a substantial amount of information clearly and concisely, such as how to comply with registration timelines, how to file the different types of returns in the registry, and whether the activities you do qualify as lobbying as defined in the LTA. Our efforts to have detailed guidances available on our website is to provide lobbyists with access to the information they need to register 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. This helps to make it as easy as possible to register, which you will recognize is a theme that drives how my office maintains and improves the registry generally. We also conduct a number of speaking engagements every year, not too different from this session today, to raise awareness of the lobbying rules in BC and the transparency that is afforded by the lobbying registry. For example, we've had a number of consultations with nonprofit organizations on the updated requirements that may have an impact on them when the LTA came into force in 2020 and harmonized the reporting requirements for all types of lobbyists. We have also developed many guidance documents on things like limits on gifts and help clarify requirements under the LTA. We also speak regularly to groups of lobbyists, large and small, that are looking for more information about the LTA and how the requirements to register apply to them. Many of these are organizations who are looking for a better understanding of whether the work they do qualifies as lobbying and what that means for them as part of their work. And some groups are looking for a guided approach to submitting their registrations into the registry to make sure their returns are accurate and complete. What we have heard many times through these opportunities is that people want to be compliant with the legislation, they just might not know how. In turn, we want to make sure that lobbyists know that we are available to answer any questions they have and that we do lead with education first. We aren't out there trying to catch people off guard. First and foremost, we are trying to educate lobbyists about the intricacies of the legislation to help them achieve compliance. Just to give you some context, last year our team received and responded to 1,760 requests for information. We also speak at conferences and events, such as the Council on Governmental Ethics Laws, a North American organization, where we not only share our experiences here in BC with the legislation and compliance, but we learn from other jurisdictions about what has and hasn't worked for them in terms of education and enforcement, and what's contained within legislation itself. In addition to speaking engagements, we also distribute a digital newsletter called Influencing BC to lobbyists with updates on any changes made to the registry and other key information they need to know. And we report monthly on registrations within the registry. For example, the recent edition of Influencing BC focused on informing lobbyists about the May 27th coming into force date for the changes to the LTA's filing requirements that were passed in 2024, as well as what changes they could expect. So briefly, for your benefit, those changes remove the requirement to file information related to requested government funding and extended the deadline to report received government funding. So just to clarify it again, although I believe the ministry colleagues would have talked about this, the requirement 2024 removed the requirement to report requests for government funding and changed the timelines for reporting on received government funding. The changes also clarified the filing requirements around working together with other lobbyists, organizations, or clients of the purpose of lobbying and what must be filed when lobbying ends. We also highlighted in that edition all of the associated guidance documents that were either updated or created to assist lobbyists with this change in requirements so that lobbyists could have all of the resources needed in one place at their fingertips. Finally, we use Influencing BC to advise lobbyists of upcoming improvements and enhancements to the registry and to remind lobbyists that we are available to answer questions. So our third line of business is enforcement. So on occasion, our education efforts only go so far, and there are instances where we use our authority to investigate and make findings on instances of non-compliance. Under the LTA, I have the authority to issue administrative penalties on lobbyists found to have contravened the LTA. These penalties can be either monetary, up to $25,000, or a prohibition from lobbying for a period of up to 2 years. Our ORL investigation team decides whether to investigate matters of possible noncompliance. As I mentioned earlier, registry staff scan the registry, media, and other sources to identify possible noncompliance. But we also receive public information and tips about possible unregistered lobbying that can ultimately end up in an investigation. So for example, 2 investigations stemmed from details of meetings with lobbyists that government itself proactively disclosed on their website, and this ultimately ended with findings of noncompliance. During the investigation process, the investigator will gather and review the facts, and if the investigator is of the belief that there has been a contravention, they must give the lobbyists an opportunity to be heard after providing information about the alleged contravention and reasons for the belief that a contravention occurred. So this is a quasi-judicial process, and we follow the rules of procedural fairness in how we conduct our investigations. After being heard, a determination will be made as to whether there has been a contravention of the LTA, and if there has been a contravention found, then an appropriate penalty may be issued. So I am not a part of that process. It occurs on the basis of my delegated authority, and this is because under the LTA, the lobbyists can request that the registrar, me, reconsider a decision if they disagree with the findings. So there's this internal appeals process, which is why I need to delegate my authority to preserve my ability to conduct that reconsideration in a non-prejudiced manner. So I can reconsider the findings themselves or the penalty or both. Determination decisions and reconsiderations are published to the ORL website, and they're tabled with the Legislative Assembly in accordance with the LTA. Since the LTA came into force in 2020 and brought in harmonization of the lobbying rules across sectors, the ORL has conducted over 7,000 compliance reviews and published 15 decisions regarding noncompliance under the LTA. So I mentioned earlier, so those numbers are important. I mentioned earlier that we lead our compliance work with education. So you can see this by how we do our work. So last year, our registry staff conducted almost 1,500 compliance reviews to verify information in the registry. So in about half of those cases, we contacted people to notify them that corrections were required and provided them with the information that they needed to do so. For most of the other half of those 1,500, we determined that the matter was minor or trivial, and so we didn't investigate at all. Instead, we issued a warning letter with the information required to achieve compliance. Now, out of the 1,500 compliance reviews, last year, we only initiated 9 investigations. So that's less than 0.01% of what we looked at in the registry. Investigations are reserved for those cases that require additional measures to support that the requirements of the LTA are followed, so that the public has access to who is trying to influence decision makers in BC. Of course, we're here to help and assist the public and lobbyists alike. In the 5 years since the amendments to the LTA have come into force, we've generally seen a steady year-to-year increase in the number of active consultant and organizational registrations in the registry. This reflects, in our view, a healthy, well-functioning democratic engagement through lobbying and growing awareness of the transparency requirements for lobbyists. This is what allows the public to scrutinize communications between lobbyists and public office holders and to hold public institutions accountable for their actions. So in closing, you will certainly hear throughout your consultation process from a diverse array of perspectives from the lobbying community. I'd encourage you to consider and remember one principle as you undertake this important work. Simplicity, simplicity, simplicity. At an operational level, we have adopted in the ORL the principle of simplicity to making updates and improvements to the registry. Our position is simplicity promotes compliance. But I think it's an important guiding principle for the statute as well. We'd encourage you to consider amendments that are clear and simple and easy to comply with. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying simplicity means less requirements. Please don't take what I'm saying to you as an encouragement to deregulate. I think strong regulation is important, but my position, the point I'm trying to make is that an effective regulatory regime, a strong regulatory regime, can be a simple and clear regulatory regime. So I look forward to discussions to come during the consultation period that your committee is going to be launching. My office is prepared to make a number, not very many, a handful of recommendations to your committee about legislative reform when you're ready to hear from us about those. And also, as you hear from other voices during this process, we would also be happy to come back after you've heard those and provide you with insights on what we've heard from those parties as well. So I look forward to this process, and now I look forward to any questions that you may have.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Sorry. Yeah, appreciate your presentation, great presentation, and we will have 45 minutes for questions from members if required. And do we have questions? And
Yeah.
okay. Emily Chant.
So I've got a number, however, I will try and keep it to one at a time. All right? Okay. So as an MLA, I've had many people coming into my office and talking to me about things, and I've read through and I'm aware of generally who's a lobbyist and who's not. Sometimes people will come in and they're clearly lobbying and they have no idea that they're doing it. So I will say to them, this looks like lobbying. Are you familiar with the lobbyist legislation? And then my CA will provide them with a copy of it. Are there any further steps that I could offer to people to, make sure that they're doing things within the legislation and not, jeopardizing their own position and me if they're not registered? Please.
Well, certainly the first thing that we recommend is to point people in our direction, which I think you do. So the awareness of the Act, but also awareness of how to get in contact with us. The way that the Act is structured is that people don't need to register prior to lobbying, right? The deadline is afterwards, so that people, if they say, oh, I've been lobbying, then they afterwards can come and they can register as a lobbyist. There's time then, so that's kind of built in to the process, and they can figure out how if they indeed are they fit the definition of a lobbyist, and if what they have done fits the definition of lobbying, and then come to understand what they can do. So calling us is the easiest thing, and our registry officers get these kind of calls all the time, and are well prepared to guide people through that process.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you. Emily Bird.
Yeah, actually, I have a follow-up question to Susie's, which came up when we were talking to the Attorney General this morning. One of the things that they had in their presentation was that when people come into our constituency offices, they will often be looking for or asking for certain changes, et cetera, and they mentioned in their presentation that was not actually considering lobbying. Now, what Susie has just asked, there may be somebody that comes in that is clearly very determined in what they want, and they may have crossed that line from having a constituency concern into moving into lobbying. So I was just curious if your office had some recommendations or some kind of guidelines around that, so that for MLAs, particularly that are brand new, understand where you've kind of crossed that, or an individual has sort of crossed that line.
Right, so there is a resource that we have that's called Public Office Holders and the LTA that is available on our website. So we'd be happy to follow up after this and circulate a link to that document. And that document is something that you could have on hand that basically is a guide for you as a public office holder to interpret the LTA to deal with people who are coming into your office and help them understand, are they a public office holder and is what they're doing, or are they do they meet the definition of a lobbyist, and is their activity lobbying?
Thank you.
Emily Giddens.
Thank you, and very much appreciate the presentation. That was a really fulsome overview. And thank you for starting with that Globe and Mail quote. Obviously, transparency is the light that allows trust to grow. Great way to kind of begin the, even for our committee to think in those terms, I think, in the course of our work. And the previous two questions are about the education component, and I think that, as mentioned, it is a very important part of the work of the Registrar's Office to help that get these folks into compliance, because I think in general that's what the community wants to achieve, is being in compliance. But there are a lot of questions, and I'm glad you provided that stat of 1,750 requests for information. I think that's useful. Is there any way that could be broken down any further into the most common types of questions that you would get in that? And a follow-up question would be, are there any statistics that the Registrar's Office keeps on if these questions are coming more from consultant lobbyists, from business groups, from nonprofits, or like sectorally, are they broken up in any way? I'm just wondering how the data could be is aggregated and kept by your office.
On some of those more granular questions, I'll turn to Director Ross to answer some of them, because she's probably the most familiar with those stats. I do know that most of the questions that we get have to do with the registration process. Do I need to register, and how do I register? So that is definitely the focus of our of the questions we get, as opposed to how we would, how we're able to break down those numbers. Are you able to answer those questions?
Sure, I can. Yeah, so as Michael said, most of the questions we get are from lobbyists who are asking how do they register, and it's both sort of the process of registration, but as part of that, as they go through the registry, it often brings up questions about understanding the LTA. Of course, if I have to enter government funding, they want to know, okay, what constitutes government funding, for example. So those are the kind of the main questions that we get, and I would say in terms of who they're coming from, I'd say it's pretty split between organizations and consultant lobbyists. I mean, I think the split is pretty even in terms of the registrations we have for each of them. So I would say it's fairly split. We often are getting more new organizations registering, and when they come to register for the first time, they will often have more questions. We're spending more time on the phone with them versus a consultant lobbyist who's been registered for years, who just has a new client and has a specific question about maybe the type of government funding that this client has received, and they've got a very specific question. But I think it's pretty split.
We get a fair number of questions about gifts as well, the gift prohibitions and the application of that. Just because the gift prohibition is quite broad, and the number of things could qualify as a gift, including a reception. So questions about just exactly how that is interpreted and applied are another source of questions that we get a lot.
Thank you. And Emily Sandu has a question.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation. Just a quick question, as MLA Chad asked, often some people tend to confuse advocacy with lobbying. And when us as an MLA kind of identify or see that this meeting started with the advocacy and highlighting the concerns, but it's more like as we proceed in the meeting, it seems like lobbying. And even when we point that out. For example, say as MLA Chan said, we give out the information, who to contact, what are the right steps to take. If that person doesn't follow up, what can we as MLAs do to do our part to make sure that, what we're doing? So we can only give information, but we can't prompt them to take an action. So what situation, how do we deal with that? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, the LTA is enforced on lobbyists, not on you. And so it is their responsibility, not yours. That said, I'm sure that all of you want to make sure that there is compliance, legal compliance about the conversations that people are having with you. There's no question. I'm sure you do. So beyond that, if you have encouraged people to comply with the Act and you are concerned that they have not done so, you can contact our office. Often when that happens, and it does happen, often when that happens, that's kind of the last you'll hear from us about it. When we get tips, whether they're from members of the general public or whether they're from public office holders or someone else, we are essentially prohibited from talking about it by the LTA, by ongoing investigations. And that is appropriate for us to be able to conduct investigations in a manner that's procedurally fair. We do, however, when we get tips, we follow up on all of them. So I think that's the most straightforward. If you're concerned about non-compliance, then you can then your staff or you can call. You can call the registry itself, officials there, or you can call me, and we can have a conversation, and we can figure out how best to deal with your matter.
Excellent. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Emily Chan?
You said you were on a tour, and there's two parts to this question. First part of it was there anything surprising? And secondly, it sounded to me like you said when you were on your tour, you were talking to either lobbying entities or lobbyists. Do you ever talk to sort of groups of the Gen Pop to kind of give them a chance to understand lobbying a little more clearly so that they don't see it as the demon that has been promoted by these excited states? Because, when I talk about lobbying to people in my constituency, there's this collective, and it's like, no, this is how I learn. This is how I meet people and learn about what their interests are. So it's okay. But I think there's room for that with the Gen Pop, and I'm just wondering if you ever do that kind of work.
So I'll talk a little bit in response to your question about what I've done about my this listening tour. So I was appointed a little bit more than a year ago as the Information Privacy Commissioner and the Registrar of Lobbyists, and I thought it was appropriate that I develop a strategic plan. I wanted to get my feet under me and get a sense of the landscape here. I'm new to those roles, but I'm also new to the province as well, and so I really wanted to understand the landscape. So in the first year of office, I spent my time kind of meeting with, in a more informal, intentional but informal way, with all manners of whoever wanted to talk to me, and that included people on both sides of my mandate. And then when it came time to launch into a more formal strategic planning process, I designed this public, more transparent, open, and public engagement. So that involved a 7-city tour in British Columbia, and it also involved opening up for written submissions. And as part of that process, we sent out invitations to all manner of stakeholders that we could think of, and also the general public. And then when we did our 7-city tour, we put out that invitation to stakeholders, but also to the general public to see who would turn out. Now, as you can imagine, and I know that for those of you who I know that the chair sits on the budget committee as well and did this budget consultation. Sometimes getting the general public to come out to these sessions sometimes can be a little bit challenging. I've been doing, even though not in British Columbia, I've been doing these kind of public engagement sessions over the course of my career, and sometimes you end up in a room talking to two people, and you know what? Sometimes there can be a lot of value coming from those two people. I had, when I was in Smithers, I had a conversation with 8 people, and some of them were from the general public. And we, instead of kind of up in front of a room talking to an audience, we just sat around a table and had a round table discussion. And that was really valuable. In Vancouver, it was a different setup. Vancouver, there was a room full of, 60, 65 people, and I just stood in front of them, and that didn't stop them from engaging in a fulsome back and forth conversation. It was at that particular, in Vancouver, we had 2 sessions. I think the lobbyists, they really focused on the first one. They may have talked to each other about it because they all came, the lobbying community, on the first of those 2 sessions. And really that became the focus of that particular session. I had to, at a certain point, make sure that we carved out time to deal with information and privacy, but there really was a lot of focus. It was, as you suspect, from the lobbying community, but there were other members of the population, the general population there in the room, and it was interesting that they were able to witness and hear those concerns and that discussion, and to a certain extent participate in it. As for how I can get out proactively and communicate to the general public, it'd be great. I think as part of our strategic planning process, it's already, even though we plan to put out our strategic plan towards the end of September, that's the goal. It's already becoming clear through what we've heard, but also through our internal conversations, that a main goal has to be increasing awareness of the Act. And I think that it's certainly my impression that people in this province don't know that they have a leading piece of legislation. I think they should know that. I think it would contribute to their trust level if they knew that. So awareness of the Act for the general population, I think, is going to emerge as a goal of our strategic plan. And we're going to have to think really strategically as an office about how do we do that? How do we get the word out about our Act? Because I think that's important to build trust. Awareness of the Act is also very important to increase compliance with the lobbying community. Although I think if you look at the activity in our registry, I would venture to guess that there's already a clear and growing level of awareness of the Act within that community. But to your question, we have tried, and will be a goal of our office to try more to get out to that general population to build awareness.
Thank you. Further questions? Yes.
Thanks again for coming out. And I too actually really appreciated your comments at the beginning in regards to, particular for myself when I was campaigning, I heard a lot of people state that they had lost confidence in government entities as a whole, not specific to a particular level of government. It was just an overall theme. So I think that's important that we as government officials and government bodies and offices do actually acknowledge and try to change that perception. So I very much appreciate that messaging coming out of your office. I don't know, just for our committee, I'm curious if this particular committee was actually, did you guys put anything in your newsletter influencing BC? Or are you allowed to? About submissions coming to our committee?
Well, I believe the newsletter referenced the upcoming stat review. I'm pretty sure it did.
I believe it was last published before the statutory review dates were set, if I recall. Yeah.
We've certainly known that it is, because it's a statutory requirement to occur. I did mention it frequently on my listening tour, that the review was occurring, and in particular that session in Vancouver where there was a real focus on the LTA. I definitely encourage people to participate in the coming consultation of this committee. As you can imagine, people at that committee had all sorts of ideas about legislative reform and that they were telling us about, and I was like, well, you know, tell the committee. That's what their job is. I mean, it's important for us to hear that as well, but they really should be talking to you. So I'm sure that you will hear from them.
Thank you. So I guess part of our briefing with the Attorney General's Ministry this morning as well, we had, it was helpful just to get sort of an understanding of what's prescribed in the Act, so what you have to interpret versus over time, there are things that you have to make determinations on from your office as well. So obviously, certain things prescribed, like the must register within 10 days of a lobbying activity, the monthly reporting, all of that. Those are changes that are more relatively recent. I think it's also a good time to have a discussion in the course of review of this Act on the practicability of how organizations kind of actually get into compliance with this. And I appreciate your comments on saying simplicity promotes compliance. I wrote that down because I think that's something I'd like to keep in mind as we're doing this review work. But you know, for just I want to share maybe a story of a recent organization I was speaking with that you know, has talked about overall with their compliance across various ministries in government, and this being one where they would interact with the lobbyist register in a limited basis. The burden of red tape and compliance is becoming large enough that they are struggling to keep up. So from a simplicity standpoint, they made comments that, and this would be not you know, this was a business, but a privately held corporation, a family business that would need to engage in lobbying activity because of the nature of their business, but also just has chosen not to because they don't want to deal with the compliance side of it. It's just more burden, and so any lobbying would be done by the CEO and the CFO, who happen to be a husband and wife. So that's the type of business it is. It was a forestry company. So the CFO, she's already working 60 hours a week. She was describing and just said, you know, there's no point in us even trying because we're drowning in sort of the burden of compliance for across various activities. So I think that kind of simplicity promotes compliance is a good thing. It also, simplicity would help with access to being able to participate in the active lobbying as well. A large corporation with more resources and you know, would actually have a better opportunity to participate than a small business, a small company, a nonprofit. So we want to make sure there's maintaining access to the ability to interact with government officials and elected officials as well. It's very important, I think. So just from that simplicity standpoint, I do look forward to some of the recommendations that you might have in that regard. We did have a bit of a discussion this morning on the monthly reporting requirements and how that change is going. Is there anything you could comment on that? Since it's more, you know, relatively recent change over the last few years, how that, you know, going from the previous frequency to monthly, how that's gone, I guess, from your office perspective.
So from our perspective, it's the monthly return is the most important thing that makes our office makes the LTA and the way that our office operates the really a leading jurisdiction in this area. So the way that things would work before, well, first of all, they could be confusing because different types of lobbyists would have to report on their lobbying activity in different ways. But also, it didn't provide the same degree of transparency, well, not by a long shot. Instead, what a lobbyist would have to do is they would have to submit a registration that was forward-looking about who they were planning to lobby and what they were expecting to do and what they were expecting to lobby about. And that, in theory, they were supposed to kind of update that as they went and update them. But generally speaking, that didn't happen in an orderly manner, and often those registrations were untouched for months at a time. The purpose of lobbying transparency is so that people can have access to timely information about the lobbying that's happened. So presumably, so they can do something about it, or they can know about it. You could have an organization or a lobbying organization that submitted a return saying, well, I expect that I'm going to lobby X, Y, and Z, and I'm going to lobby about A, B, and C, but not actually do that. And then people contact us after the fact and say, well, did that happen? And we wouldn't have any real way to know. So the monthly return is critical to being able to provide the transparency. That is indeed the purpose of the Act. That said, clearly there is work that would need to be done by lobbyists to update that monthly return. And so I hear you that organizations that have the resources to be able to dedicate to this administrative task would be easier. It would be easier for them than it would be for smaller organizations. There is a threshold in the Act for small businesses that aren't member-based associations that do very little lobbying and are small, like really small businesses, 5 employees or less. So there is, that's not going to capture a business. Also, most small businesses are, of course, more than just 5 people. So there is that threshold to recognize that level. But the best thing that we can do to address the concern that you raise is to try to make sure that, as I mentioned before, that the compliance is as simple as possible. So finding out how to get the information in there that's really necessary to achieving the transparency goal, but no more, and to get that information in such a way, with drop-down menus that's really easy and quick to be able to do, and then to provide the support to people to tell them, here's how you do it as quickly and easily as possible, and dispel notions. Because I think a lot of the idea that, oh, well, I'm not going to lobby because there's a whole lot of red tape. Well, some of that might be ideas about anticipated administrative burden rather than actual administrative burden. So we want to do all of those things, and I think that should be that's our motivating goal, and I'd encourage it from a legislative reform to be something that you consider as well.
Thank you. I have MLA Chant next.
It sounds like your registry officers keep themselves fairly busy. How many do you have, and where are they located? Are they centrally located? Are they regionally located? How does that work? Please.
So the structure of our office is that it is co-located with the OIPC, and our headquarters is up on Fort Street. The registry officers are full-time ORL employees. So our investigators are OIPC investigators and ORL investigators, so they investigate both types of files. But our registry officers are all full-time ORL registry officers. We have 2 of them, and of course, Director Ross oversees them. They are located here in Victoria. They work mostly remotely. Our office has a hybrid workforce, whereby people can choose whether to work from home or work in the office. But our 2 registry officers live in the Capital Regional District, and for the most part work from home, although come into the office from time to time per operational requirements.
Thank you. I have MLA Bird next.
I just have a question about investigations. So, first of all, do you guys have is there an average time that it takes to conduct an investigation? I mean, for the most part, the ones that are non-compliant that end up with imposed penalties are fairly low, although higher than I actually thought they would be, to be quite honest. So how long does an investigation normally take? And then a follow-up regarding that, if you have somebody that is non-compliant and is non-compliant to a point that you impose a substantial fine, is there an ability for your office to eliminate somebody permanently from registering as a lobbyist?
So I'll answer the last question first. There's a provision in the Act for us to ban someone from lobbying for, I think, 2 years, right? We've never done it. But yes, but not permanently, just for 2 years. But yeah, we've never done it. There's nothing that's risen to that degree of kind of maliciousness or egregiousness. And I mean, for the most part, in my recollection, none of what I've seen has been malicious per se. It's just for the most part been kind of negligent rather than malicious per se. And so in terms of how long do investigations take, I don't know that I have a global metric on how long investigations take, but if they go all the way to a determination, that process can, because we need to be doing that as a quasi-judicial process and following the rules of administrative fairness. That generally takes about 2 years, would you say? I think that the dates that we've seen take about 2 years. But most of our investigations don't go all, well, our enforcement actions will not go all the way to a determination. They're just a correction along the way.
Okay, and then just to follow up, it's probably in the Act, but I can't recall it. If somebody is being investigated for not complying with the Act, are they allowed to continue lobbying while that investigation is? I'm getting a big nod from Nick, so I guess that's the answer. So
guilty, I guess.
okay,
They're all,
no, that's fine.
yeah.
It's a legitimate question, because if a complaint has been launched, yeah, I just wasn't sure if they were allowed to continue their. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, MLA Chant?
Curiosity, please. During a provincial election and in the pre-election time, is there a change of behavior expected of lobbyists?
So the most important change is that so most of the lobbying activity that we see is lobbying to MLAs, right? And so after the writ is dropped, you will cease to be an MLA.
Yeah.
Right? And so then those who are elected will become MLAs again, and we've did a fair amount of work, and we put out a correspondence to the lobbying community on this about when do people resume being MLAs. And so generally it's when those votes are certified after the, but we do have, for the sake of safety, really, a pretty conservative interpretation of when people become public office holders. Again, cabinet ministers will remain public office holders throughout that period, right? So throughout, even if a cabinet minister ceases to become an MLA, they remain a cabinet minister during that caretaker period, and so the lobbying rules will continue to apply to them. The other thing that is relevant, although it's not quite on your question, is about the cooling off period for former public office holders. So that's something that we pay a lot of attention to around an election period themselves. People who cease to become public office holders and then exit essentially the political realm and may wish to lobby as a post-political career. There is a cooling off period. So that's the main focus, is that what we see around the election period. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
MLA Bird?
I was looking at, I can't remember the name of the publication, it's here somewhere that you guys put out. And you've got, the service plan. You've got the lobbying targets and then registration returns and then lobbying activity reports. So I'm assuming the registration returns are when somebody registers and they kind of give you a synopsis, your office a synopsis of what it is they're going to be lobbying about, what group they represent, et cetera, et cetera. And then the actual lobbying activity reports are what they actually ended up doing. On page 21, there's actually a significant difference between the two. So what somebody said they were going to do and then what actually got done or reported, there seems to be a shift between those two. I was just wondering if you can help me better understand why there's some serious differentiation between those two, other than the obvious, which...
Yeah. I mean, I think it's the obvious is the main explanation. It's entirely, it goes right back to what I was saying before about the benefit of the monthly return, is because what people intend to do and then what actually happens is can be very different. I mean, just thinking back to the election that we had this fall, we didn't anticipate what the world would look like after January 20th, and now it looks, and the focus of politics and the focus of public policy is quite different than it was in the fall. So things change, and they change all the time. That's the most obvious. I think that's what you meant, MLA Burr, by that's what's obvious, but that is itself the justification for why the monthly return adds value to this process. I'm not sure if neither of my colleagues think there's anything else that is insightful about that difference that we might be able to offer.
One thing I'll just say, I think you're talking about potentially the difference in numbers between the registration returns and the lobbying activity reports, how those two numbers don't align?
Yeah. And more, well, to give you a specific example, like the registration returns, at the top, they don't have water, land, and resource stewardship, yet that was actually one of the top 3 on the activity reporting at the bottom. So, which I don't have a big issue with, because like Mr. Harvey indicated, things change and focuses change, and I understand that part. I just kind of, a follow-up question, when you see a difference in the returns to what actually ended up happening, is there somewhere in the process, if there was a significant change with a particular lobbyist, do you guys follow up on their next registration?
Sure. So just getting back to the difference between the registration returns and the lobbying activity reports, they're not exactly measuring the exact sort of same concept. So a registration return is essentially when a consultant lobbyist or an organization begins lobbying, they'll have to submit a registration return. And as part of that registration return, they may have multiple lobbying activity reports on a wide number of different topics. So the fact that you mentioned water, land, and resource stewardship doesn't show up in the registration return category, but does show up in the lobbying activity reports, that likely just reflects that there's different organizations that have lobbying activity reports related to this, but maybe not as many organizations. It's just, yeah. So that's the first part.
Yes. I would just add that you may have, say, Company A, and they have one registration return, and that registration return may be active for 5 years, and in those 5 years, they may have 500 lobbying activity reports. So every time, that's kind of, we call it a monthly return. So the monthly return has these 2 parts. It's this requirement to update your registration return if something changes, and the requirement to declare in a lobbying activity report your lobbying of any senior public office holders. So Company A may lobby 500 MLAs over that 5-year period. So they may, and so in their registration return, they have to indicate who their targets are. So MLAs may be a target, Ministry of Finance may be a target, Ministry of Health may be a target, but then in their lobbying activity reports every month, they have to say, hey, we lobbied 10 MLAs on these subject matters, and we lobbied the Minister of Finance or the Deputy Minister. So you have to, so you'll see that only MLA is listed once, like they'll get sort of a credit for one MLA listing for their registration return, but it may be in a year they have 20 MLAs sort of going up in terms of the numbers in their lobbying activity reports. So you would expect that there should be more lobbying activity reports than registration returns. Now, some organizations may never have any lobbying activity reports because they never lobby anyone who's at that senior public office holder level. So that's only people at the assistant deputy minister level and above. So if you're only lobbying executive directors or policy analysts, you'll never have to do a lobbying activity report. So hopefully that clarifies a little bit more of the numbers.
Yeah, the numbers themselves, the difference in the numbers, that didn't surprise me. It was just the particular categories. I just wondered, but you helped me understand it, Nick. So I've never registered as a lobbyist, so still trying to figure it out just so we can better understand returns that we get through the committee work.
Thank you. MLA Giddens?
I do also recognize that guidance changes over time, and groups, as they learn more information, they evolve to get into compliance as they learn new things. So I'll use the example of I was previously president of a Chamber of Commerce, and I remember several years ago the British Columbia Chamber of Commerce, for decades they've held a Premier and Cabinet luncheon every December, and then there was some revised guidance that they didn't really even realize that was considered a lobbying event, so they had to adjust their practice for that whole event and everything like that. So I'm just wondering, are there groups that are not covered, not covered by the Act currently? That's one example of a group that learned that they were covered. Are there a lot of examples of other groups that should be, or kind of a gap in that education, would you say? Because obviously it was a gap that chambers of commerce weren't really realizing in that case that was an event. So that's one question. And the second question would be, are there any recommendations for groups that are not actually covered by the Act, but really you think should be actually? And so I'll use the example of, say, post-secondary institutions, for example. They're not covered under the Act, but or some other, quasi-government entity, I guess.
Right. Well, so on the first question, I think it's small. So I think there's growing awareness of the Act in general, but I think what we've seen more recently is with groups that are discovering that they should be in compliance with the Act is our small member-based associations are discovering this, and some of them we're not aware of. And if you look at our determination decisions over the last little while, there's been a number of those member-based associations that are discovering later in the game that they should be they should have been in compliance with the Act, and what they're doing is lobbying. So growing awareness in that sector is, I think, probably a goal for us, for our office. As for whether there's any gaps, I think the way that, these are policy decisions for the ministry. Our recommendations, so I don't, again, we'll be coming back to you with recommendations. And our recommendations really are, on this matter, will focus less on the policy decision of who should be in or out, and more on just the clarity, bringing clarity on who's in and out, as opposed to approaches to definitions that might require a lot of interpretation and definitions. So there are other jurisdictions in this country where there's different carve-outs for different groups, or this group is in if it's big enough above this threshold, or this group is out because it has some sort of charitable status, or its purpose is one thing. Our approach, just on that principle of simplicity, is to try to avoid that. So we will have recommendations on the clarity about really, in this case, I don't want to steal our own thunder, but a preview to that recommendation has focused on the clarity of which organization is defined, is covered by the Act from the public office holder side of it. I'm not sure that we see a gap in terms of organizations that should be considered lobbyists. I'm not sure that is a gap that we're fully aware of. There are types of activities that we perhaps will have the opportunity to discuss about. Certain activities may be characterized as lobbying. But again, that's a conversation I expect that we'll have over the course of the coming months.
And we have a question from Emily Chant.
Thank you. This morning, in the briefing from the Attorney General side of things, they talked about a mechanism of report to the House. So in the event that I assume somebody gets to a full determination of bad behavior, I'm going to call it, that gets reported to the House. I'm just wondering what that mechanism looks like. I seem to have missed, if it's happened since I've been here, I seem to have missed it, which wouldn't be. But I'm wondering if there's any additional piece to that allows MLAs to know if somebody is has been maybe struck off the registry, as an example. As a nurse, I know that if somebody's struck off the registry, that is publicly put out there so that other health authorities, if I go and say, hi, I'm a nurse, I want a job, and they go, a nurse? And here I am not registered or whatever. Just wondering if there's mechanisms in play that are perhaps not as rigorous, but similar.
I hear you. So what we do when we issue a determination, there's a period of time where someone can ask for a reconsideration. If there's a reconsideration, then we'll hold off publishing the determination until the reconsideration is done. So both of those are held back. But then otherwise, when we finalize the determination and there's no reconsideration, or after the reconsideration is done, they're tabled in the House. So we send them to I sign a letter and they're sent to the Speaker to be tabled. We also at that point will post them on our website. Because we have never banned someone, so I don't know, striking them off the registry, I'm not sure if we'd use that language, but if we'd impose a ban on someone, how we would publicize that. I mean, generally speaking, we do in Influencing BC highlight the recent determinations that would show up in a determination. And so in Influencing BC, we do say what our recent determinations have been. So people would see that, but the Influencing BC goes to the lobbyists, right? Not to public office holders. So it's an interesting question.
Because as a public office holder, if somebody's a bad actor, it would be great if myself or my staff knew that. That somebody's doing the rounds that shouldn't be. And we do actually get internal advisement if somebody's coming around that is worrisome. But yeah, okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you. We have one more question from MLA Bird.
It's a pretty simple one, actually. I was just curious, when you guys were talking about the numbers for information requests for 24-25, it was 1760. I'm assuming that's over and above and around FOI requests that come through your office. And are there a lot of FOI requests that come through your office regarding this particular act?
No.
No? Okay.
So when you say FOI requests coming through our office, so we get because the ORL is a public body, someone can make an FOI request of the ORL about records and information that is in our custody or control, but
You use the term request for information.
Oh, right. So these requests for information are not freedom of information requests. The ORL gets very few formal freedom of information requests to itself. But the OIPC, just for clarity, we get we get some, the OIPC gets some freedom of information requests about the OIPC's operation, but in terms of the FOI requests to other public bodies, we only interact with them when there's a complaint or request for review. Does that answer your?
Yeah, okay,
But the ORL doesn't get very many FOI requests at all,
okay.
formally.
Yeah, and I just wanted to make sure, they're not part of those numbers at all. Okay, good, thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation and answering the questions, and great questions from the members. Thank you. Yeah, so we're going to close now. We will recess for 1 hour. We'll come back at 1:45. Thank you. Get started here. That's all. Next item of business is planning for the upcoming work of the committee. I'll ask for a motion to move in camera. Seconder. Anybody opposed? Hearing none. Thanks, everyone, for your engagement in the meeting today. On behalf of the committee, I also take this opportunity to note that we will be holding a public consultation to inform our work. More information on that will be available in the coming weeks. And that concludes our business for today, unless there's any other business you want to bring up quickly. Hearing none, I'll seek a motion to adjourn. We're adjourned.